we addressed all the items that have been remaining. So in regards to package, and this is all one package, no, different packages. All right, so package A, which is the education. I believe that was your position on the 5 million SGF one-time funds. That was a House modified, but you had accepted our position. I believe only 2 years. And then in 2026, it's our position of transfer 5 million from the CPIU increase for one-time funding for language. And then in 2027, we accepted yours. We do not fund. Safe and Secure Schools in 25, we did not recommend the funding, so it's deleted. Professional development in 25, we deleted the funding. No, wait, that's not right. Oh, it did not recommend. Sorry, I'm not reading it right. Sorry. Been a long day. All right. In CTE, our position of not deleting the funding. Mentor teacher on 25, not deleting the funding. Same with the computer science advancements grants. Teacher, additional special education. We went back to our position of 10 million for special education. For the child care accelerator grant, we negated the toiletry kits, which was 1.8 million SGF, moved $1 million of that SGF allocation to the child care accelerator grant, and then the CIF of 250,000, so a total of $1.25 million. And this is for a child care facility in Southwest Kansas where it's a 24/7 facility, and there's been a lot of business partners, and they need some public dollars as well to make it a public-private partnership. And so that's the public contribution to that. On page 3, as I said, we did not recommend adding the funding for the toiletry kits. Safe and Secure funding. We had the Senate modified to fund at 1.5 million, all from existing resources, to be drawn down from the existing CPIU increase for the purchase of AIED or AED. In regards to 26 for professional development, delete the funding, which was your position. I believe our position that you had on your package last time was the CT transportation. We did not delete it, but then all items for the mentor teacher program, computer science advancement grants, teacher excellence, and additional special education state aid, that's ours. So those 3 items, 13, 14, and 15 were your positions. And then on item number 1 for special education, we went back to our position of 10 million. The citizen education, that's where we went back and put the 5 million back into special education for each year and not doing the citizen education to the LCC for 10 million. And then the House would add language to the bill that would require CRE, KLARD publications, and KSD publications to have an asterisk that would note which funding is above Gannon funding and notate as AGF. So that is package A.
On page 4 on the citizens education, it says add 10 million. It says House do not fund.
Okay. Yeah, we did not accept that in your last package.
Do they want the language for this?
And do you want the language for item with the Kansas Department of Education on page 4? Yes, they do. No, I don't.
Just got it, so. It's not as good as I would like.
And this is just the language kind of basically outlining what is on that particular item in regards to money that is outside of the formula. Any other further questions in regards to the education package? All right, seeing none, then we'll move on to package B, which starts on page 5. I'll just kind of run down these because I think a lot of them were very similar. When we come to one that is different, I will point that out. I believe you had our position in regards to rural remote workplaces for 1 million. The KC BioHub, we are moving that from EDIF to ARPA at $1 million. The semi-quincentennial, that was, you accepted that pitch. We accepted your package on that for $73,000. The Sunflower Summer Program, we've went back to your position of $3 million in EDIF. And then we also added language in regards to the venues for reimbursement, and it would be in counties with populations less than 15,000, may be reimbursed for venues that do not charge any admission. So it's not across the state, it's only for select counties under 50,000 in population. Yes.
I just wanted to double check on the Casey Bio Hub. Isn't that didn't we agree on that?
No, you had it in your package. We never agreed to it.
But yours is the same as what we had in the packet. Is this correct?
Then we moved it to ARPA interest.
But we have ARPA. We had ARPA on our too.
Then we accepted it. Yeah, we still do a package.
I just wanted to double check because
Yeah.
I had brought ours up too, and
Yeah.
we had ARPA. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, then small business R&D, we had that at 500,000 EDIF, public broadcasting grants, 500,000 EDIF, strong military bases, $214,023 EDIF. Build Up Kansas, Senate modified, fund at $2 million EDIF, HEAL grants, fund at $1.5 million EDIF. Office of Broadband Development. We just clarified that that was coming from the State Highway Fund with existing broadband funds. So that's coming from the $10 million that's actually available with the IKE program. Registered Apprenticeships, fund at $1 million EDIF. Kansas Art Commission, we will fund at $1 million EDIF, but we would like a 60-40 split. So 60% of the funds need to go to counties less than 85,000, and 40% goes to counties above 85,000. Rural Opportunity Zones, fund at $1 million EDIF, and we add language allowing funds only for 15,000 counties. We need to add counties in there, that's just not specific. Counties, or 15,000 population or less. Main Street, House Position, 850,000 EDIF. Work-based learning, 714,000 EDIF. Quality Places, we took the Senate position. Hopefully they can get that within the operating grant. We did put back in the Older Kansas Employment Program, 504,000. Governor's Economic Council of 204,500 EDIF. Rural Champions, House at 150,000 EDIF. Reemployment Integration, 99,000 EDIF for the House. Senior Community Service Employment Program, House, 8,400 EDIF. Operating Grant, Senate, fund at 9.7 million EDIF. Junior Achievement, we added the funding for 300,000. We added that back in, which was different than your position. International Trade, we took the Senate position that you had on your package of 1.4 million EDIF, and I believe in the original bill. Tourism, again, Senate position of 4.9 million EDIF. We took the House position on the Build Up Kansas coming out of the Job Creation Placement Fund, so that would be deleted, which was in your package. That was in the next item, the Rural Opportunity Zones, which is a floor amendment. You took our position basically in the last package. The Kansas Industrial Training and Retraining Program, your position of $2 million. Talent Grant, $1.5 million in 26 and in 27 from EDIF. The Sheltered Workshop Transition Grant Program, House, $1 million EDIF. We added a new one, and this is the Healthcare Upskilling Training Program, so it's to help nursing, and that would be funding $1 million out of EDIF. And then we took your position of the reappropriation lapse from the Senate. So we add the funding there, also with number 6. And then on the capital outlay aid, we took your position of adjusting the funding source, basically to state general fund for the Board of Regents. And that would be the same with the experimental program to stimulate competitive research. And then EDIF Ag Experiment Station, we funded that. The House modified at $336.64. Local Farm to Food Program, we took your position of deleting the funding, and you took, I think, did you delete the ag marketing, or we put that back in? We put it back in. For $1 million EDIF, for the BVLOS operations, you took our position of using SGF. Then with the Department of Wildlife and Parks, the position of $2.2 million EDIF. Operating expenditures, $1.9 million of the House EDIF. National Guard and Veterans Licenses, House $124,000 EDIF. And then we went ahead and added the funding and the language for the Cheney Lake Marina. Then we also did the transfer to the State Water Plan Fund of $2 million. And then we accepted your positions in regards to the ARPA interest for fiscal year 25 and also for 26. But we are not funding the grants for resorts or convention centers. And actually, this is a change, Dylan. The Cybersecurity Center for Excellence, that would be funded by SGF. So that is package B. Yeah, the last one is incorrect. It should be,
$3 million SGF?
it was a position that was yours from EDIF, so it should say Senate funding or Senate modified funding through SGF. We can do questions now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this item, Cybersecurity Center for Excellence, can you guys tell me what that is?
Okay. All right, so the Senate will come back with a answer on that item.
So just functionally want to go through the Sunflower Summer Program because there are two edits here. One is that it includes one parent or guardian, and the other is that the issue with where the reimbursement occurs should the entity not charge admission. But let's go up to the one that is in regards to a single parent or guardian. So is it essentially eligibility is everyone 18 and under plus one parent or guardian, should there also be someone 18 or under? Is that how that's phrased? Not having language in front of us, just, is that what the intent is?
Yes, I believe that's the intent, is that if you have, say, 4 children that are 18 and under, and a mother and father both want to attend the venue with the 4 children, only one parent would qualify under the program, and the venue would be reimbursed for only one adult or guardian.
Okay, so just making sure 4 16-year-olds can go and they're all free. They don't require a parent or guardian, correct? Got it. Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Any other questions? Senator Petty.
Just to follow up on that Sunflower Summer Program, so the second item about the counties, so in a county with a population less than 15,000, then every venue can get reimbursed even if they don't charge admission.
Well, I wouldn't say every venue because there might be some that do. I mean, you could look at, no, obviously Ellis County would not qualify because it has more than a population of 15,000. But let's say, that, you have a venue that would have been in a county like the Walter P. Chrysler Boyhood Home that does charge admission, but it'd be in a smaller county. Then they would still have the admission. They would be reimbursed just for the admission fee. This is for your smaller venues where it's ran by volunteers and docents, where they actually have to take time to go in and open up the venue, and they basically rely on donations purely. This was a way to try to help them out with being reimbursed for the time that person that was there. But 15,000 and less for venues that are on those particular counties that do not charge admission.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to Package C. We're halfway through. All right, so in Package C, this is higher education. We went ahead with the Senate position on adding the funding back for all the reappropriation lapses. So for fiscal year 25, in regards to the 1.9 million, the state scholarship program, the nurse educator grant, the nursing student scholarship, and then we have the 2-year college apprenticeships with the House modified with the language that you had supplied in your last offer. The community college capital outlay, 2-year colleges, the House added to add 5 million. Tiered technical House to add 3,956,341. Non-tiered technical education House delete 828,833. Tuition for technical education House at 3.9 million. Tech colleges operating grant, there was a House position. 2-year college success initiative, House modified and add language to prohibit transfers if reserves exceed 6 months. Student financial aid, the House position, fund at 100%. So this is the needs-based aids scholarship. And that'd be for, this particular item is for Washburn University, so that'd be 1.8 million. Lapse for computer science grant, House, delete the funding. Lapse for career technical education, House, delete the funding. In regards to Emporia State University, again, there's that needs-based aid for 1.2 million, funding at 100% for that scholarship. Student financial aid for Fort Hays State University at 3.5 million, funding at 100%. Kansas State University, 3.9 million. We took the Senate position of not recommending the funding for the wildfire suppression. And then in regards to K-State 105, we took your position on K-State 105 and then the Resource Center language, goals language, and jobs language, and report language. Pittsburgh State University student financial aid, 1.8 million, House to fund at 100%. Geological survey for the airborne electromagnetic surveys, House add the funding, that was different from your offer. University of Kansas, 4.1 million for funding the needs-based aid scholarship at 100%. Same with the University of Kansas Medical Center for 1.1 million, Wichita State University for 4.2 million, and then your position on the School of Dentistry feasibility study. In your last package, you had that you would take the House position and not fund. So that is higher education. Any questions? That's on a different one. And if it doesn't happen to show up, then we'll discuss it. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next package, which is Package D. This is being titled as construction. So, and basically this is in regards to a lot of mainly bonding items. So we have a House modified in regards to the Kansas State University Veterinary Medical Center. So we're adding language authorizing bonding authority of $128 million for the construction of the veterinary diagnostic laboratory on the Manhattan campus in 2026 and 2027. But it also requires they have $2 million from private donations. So that's different than what we had in the prior negotiations. Then you'll see that the same language, bonding authority in 2027. We took your position in regards to the Life Safety Maintenance and Salina Training Academy, which was add $500,000 state highway fund. This will show up later in regards to not the Troop C headquarters, but the central dispatch. And so I will address that. So we did not recommend the funding of $55.5 million, but like I said, it'll show up later. The next is we accepted the Senate modified up to $80 million in bonding authority for a new KBI headquarters in fiscal year 2026 and 2027. And then we also took your language that was in the previous one of add language to pursue tax credits and add language to be located in downtown Topeka is one thing that we did specify. Well, that's why it's over here. Okay, so in the Department of Administration, I know in the last one we said we'd have the ARPA interest go in on May 1st, but we have 20 million. I know the original ask was 26, but we have 20 million that's going from ARPA interest for the ERP modernization with the Department of Administration. This is where I was talking about as the dispatch center for the Highway Patrol. We took the remaining 15 million, that's the hearsay a little bit, for a dispatch center in Salina for fiscal year 2026. So just not the Troop C headquarters, but the dispatch center. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the next break, could we have a number if we were to accept all House offers here today, where we're at with the ARPA interest added up on all the positions? Thank you.
And I would probably say that we need to have some language that if we are going above the ARPA interest, some of these items would be in 26, so you'd still have some accruing. We just kind of have to see where that lays out. And I would also like an EDIF balance too, as well. Any other questions? Senator Petty.
So when I look at this, there's only one item that now has money coming out of the State Highway Fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, and then there's also the Jabara Airport hangar. And we will need to address that because I think we agreed on 250,000, but it's coming out to be more like 685. So that's the information we're getting. We can discuss that and find out. Any other questions? Okay, so this is what you had alluded to at the last round was the package for water. And that would be, first item would be water resource cost share. So this is actually a Senate position, adding $4 million from the State Water Plan Fund, including $500,000 for the State Water Plan Fund for livestock production facilities to improve water efficiency for fiscal year 2026. For the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, House modified, we add $1.25 million from the State Water Plan Fund. Watershed dam construction, Senate, add $3 million. Watershed Restoration and Protection Plan, Senate, add $1 million. Local Environmental Protection Program, House modified, add $800,000 from the State Water Plan Fund for fiscal year 2026. John Redmond Reservoir Hydrosuction Pilot Program, Senate modified, add $1.5 million State Water Plan Fund. Water planning and project development, House modified, add 1.5 million state water plan fund. Assessment and evaluation, House modified, add 1.5 million state water plan fund. Independent program evaluation, House modified, add 450,000 state water plan fund, and transfers, House modified, add 500,000 state water plan fund. And then we also had language that any agency that receives money in regards to water, because we have like 17, they have the ability to move the money within the accounts in regards to water within that particular agency. So that is the package E on water. Any questions? All right. Now the final package. This is for the Board of Indigent Defense Services. House modified, add 2 million SGF. This is a reappropriation from 2025. I know they have open vacancies, but they also asked for other FTEs. The 2 million, I am very confident, will get them through June 30th. MRO, fiscal year 2026. This is kind of split between the regional, where's that at, Dylan? The regional growth and development of universities. So we took the 21 million SGF and we deleted the 15.5 million SGF for the MRO loan program for the Topeka Regional Airport. But we took 12 million of the 21 and funded the Topeka Regional Airport for MRO. The remaining amount, 9 million, is going back to what we did last year for the regional growth and development for the universities. So it's 3 million for each regional university, for Pittsburgh, Emporia, and Fort Hays State University, and not the 7 that was listed with the 21 million. So those two items go hand in hand. The Build Kansas and Aviation Jobs Fund, we did not use the Build Kansas program, as I mentioned many times in conference, that those funds are leveraged and it has to be leveraged over 2 years because we're not doing the transfer. We have spoke with the state treasurer, and he is very confident of not saying PMIB or any other type of fund, but having him identify and setting up the parameters of a revolving loan fund within his office. And we had a conversation with him, and he was very amenable to that. CMHC grants, 6 million, that was a House position. We had some conflicting information in regards to, you had dropped the slots, but increased the waiver reimbursement rates. And then we have found out that we kind of need to do both. We kind of need to do half and half. So we went and decided to do half of your request of 500 and funding slots for 250, and then halving the amount that you agreed to in the last round of including 4.2 million SGF to increase the reimbursement rates for the IDD waiver services. So it'd be a Senate modified, but that's addressing both of those because we have been told later that we have to do, we just can't do one or the other. You got to do both. We accepted your compromise on the lottery vending machine transfer at the cap at 10 million. Employment security law update. We don't recommend the language. We had some discussions and actually the vice chair can answer questions about that. She's been working on that longer, and we've been told actually the best language is no language in regards to that particular item. There's the regional growth and development. Like I said, for 3 million for the 3 regional universities. We went with the state grants and aid to libraries, the House to delete the funding and the language. SGF lapse, House modified for both 26 and 27. It should be reflecting that. An executive branch only. And then we have the star bonds language, it should say star bonds language, in regards to amusement parks, which needs to be extended, which we both, I believe, had that in the bill, but we need to move the funding or the funding authority to the KDFA. And then I believe this is the item, Jill, is that correct? That's in the bill for page 159, item 29, the last one, which is in regards to some language that was put in the bill last year. It doesn't really have any teeth to it. It's just in there, but we were just going to have that language removed. And again, in the budget bill, it's page 159, line 29. And that is, I believe we've covered everything that was unresolved. Dylan? No, we didn't clear that. What we said in the deferred maintenance is our position was to fund the bill that passed.
Use the other balance that we had in there.
No, we didn't do that.
Just use those.
I think that's one item that's missing is the deferred maintenance. And we do the 13.2 from the Apex fund.
And then the rest we want. SGF.
No, just the 13.2. From the Apex fund. Yeah. Yes, Dylan.
On page 18, under water, for the new item at the end of the list, you talk about allowing agencies to transfer state water plan fund. Can they only transfer it between accounts in the same agency, or can they move it between agencies?
Within the same agency.
Got it.
So while we're doing the EDIF and the ARPA interest, could we also get a full number on the SGF budget at the end of, if we were to accept all House positions as presented?
So we can do that. We'll probably show the SGF in here for this point in time, at least as a change from 2007 as introduced, is probably the most accurate number I can provide you at this time.
That'd be valuable. Thank you.
Further questions? And then Vice Chair Williams, about that unemployment language.
Sure. I just want you guys to know why we do not want to add the language, and it's pretty brief, but the taxable wage base, if it were $14,000 for an employee, take that step one, and they have the maximum rate. Let's just say if we're talking about some not so great rated employer, maybe the worst rated employer for that category, if that's kind of what we're going for, that's 6.65%. So you multiply the two, and then that means their maximum contribution that they're going to make per employee per year is $931. So that's what they're going to put into the fund for one employee per year. However, they're going to get back, per the proviso, for 8 weeks, $612 a week. So if you take $612 a week times 8, that's $4,896. If you subtract the $931 that they put into the fund, you're upside down, and we're now negative $3,965 for one employee. And there was that September article that came out that kind of just is the impetus for all this, that said that there's going to be 2 waves of layoffs, and that's just for one employer, November 18th and sometime this year, and they estimated to be close to 1,700 employees. And that doesn't limit it. It could be other employers as well. As long as they have a bargaining agreement, they could take advantage of this. And that would be $6.7 million that would be in the fund. So there is no SGF. It doesn't impact SGF. But what it does do is it negatively impacts our state trust fund. And it actually negatively impacts our positive rated employers across our state. The other thing I would say is they are allowed to stack. So there is sub-pay payments that these corporations can give their employees. And so what happens is they can stack. It's not double dipping, but they can stack their benefits. And so they can get state employee benefits, and then they can stack their benefits on top of that. So the huge concern is not just the cost for this year, but we're opening up the Unemployment Act that the Unemployment Insurance Act that we just settled on last year. We have had it for 1 year. And if we want to change it, we should be doing that. And it should be like what we did last time, where we get everybody at the table and we agree. Because the concern is you do this year, and we will be coming back every year. Maybe somebody different, but these layoffs are regular. We know that they happen. They're 9 months, and we know that they're probably going to be over 6 months. They typically are. So the concern is the ongoing implication, the precedents that will be set. So that's why we believe the best position is not adding the language. And if that's something that we want to do in the future, that a committee with all those stakeholders take a look at it. But we've only had it for 1 year.
It's going to take 45 minutes to get numbers that we need to look at, and that'll give us time to look through your offers and come back with a counter on what we need to counter. I don't know. How long do you think?
I mean, there's a couple of these that would take 2 edits to, and then we really was working on 3 packages of things.
So,
The education, the one.
okay, so you think an hour and a half, 2 hours? I mean, we're gonna have to wait 45 minutes for the
Well,
numbers.
we can work while they're doing their
Yeah,
45.
that's what I mean,
So
yeah.
let's just say an hour.
Okay. Let's shoot for an hour.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. How's that sound? Okay, we'll see you at 9.
6:40 p.m.
resolution on package. That way we just put that up on the table. Because I think this might, let's get like, get down.
Is that our original one?
Yeah, I didn't reprint it. I mean, it's that simple. We have one that the rats and cats one. Is the one.
Call our meeting to order. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, we got the finishing touches here.
Nail polish?
Yes. I'm gonna, the one package has just a couple items that we want to,
It's the same one.
It's the same one.
We don't have a new package. We're just working off of your package. Yeah.
anyway, we've got a couple deals on the one package and a couple on the other, and I'm going to let Senator Clays explain the changes.
All right, so we will work off of the House Package A and the House Package B. So let's start with House Package A. We only had one modification from your fantastic offer. Thank you so much for this. And that would be to modify the safe and secure firearm detection to only FY 2025 at 10 million SGF. And there would be no further funding in years 2026 and 2027. The 10 million would reappropriate so it could be used in 26 if not expended in 25. And that would be the only edit to Package A, if you would like to confer on that one. That's it. That's the only edit we have to your package.
I believe we're okay with the number. I think there was one thing that the vice chair wanted to have added, and then she can articulate that better than I.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I would say that we keep having turtles show up on our table. So I don't know who's responsible for them, but I think it's related to how many rounds we have. So I'm looking for the fourth one. But anyway, okay. So the one thing I really want to make sure is in writing, because sometimes when we're in appropriations, it is confusing on what's 1 year, what's 2 years, what's ongoing funding. So besides than just saying only for 2 years, which that's great, I would also say that in out years, you can use the language, it would require individual school districts to maintain or continue or discontinue their subscription. So just clarifying that it is up to the individual districts to maintain their subscriptions at that point.
Thank you for the clarification. It was our understanding that was part of your original offer. So your original offer is only modified by SGF 10 million 2025, reappropriate to the further years. So with that clarification, I think the language would be included. So Package A. Package A is complete. Hooray. All right. Package B. Package B, also a fantastic offer by the House. So much appreciation for all the work you've done on this. The only edit we would have in the entirety of this enormous Package B is on page 7, the removal of junior achievement.
we will take your offer. If that's the only change, we will take your offer.
Higher education, still working off of the House offer package C. Again, what a handsome offer you have made. The only difference is that we had language for the 6 months reserves, and that language that was drawn up by staff had on the tiered and non-tiered stated clearly that it only applied to community colleges. So we would add that language to those two items, but accept the house numbers. So your addition and deletion would be accepted on that. That is page 11, items 3 and 4. Page 11 on the blue sheets too. And then on, continuing on package C, if you go to the last page, number 14, we would request the $750,000 for Wichita State University, and those would be the only edits. Did we?
Do we want to?
All right, well, I definitely appreciate you calling this a handsome offer. But I do wonder, what is the likelihood if we spend $750,000 state general fund for a feasibility study with Wichita State and in partnership with Fort Hays State University? I mean, what's the likelihood? To me, it feels like we're just going to be throwing $750,000 out the window. We're probably not going to build the building. And so we're going to have a feasibility study that's going to just collect dust. That's our concern. And that's why it was never in a House position.
What we can do is put a pin in package C. We felt really good about it. Now we don't. So we will put a pin in it, and we will move on to package D, and we will have a discussion on your concern. Yep. You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I do have a question, or maybe it's a comment, and maybe you could answer the comment, but it's on page 11, item number 10, reappropriation lapse nurse educator grant for $485,000 that the Senate added this funding back. And the comment is, during appropriations, we had a principal advisor for the Nursing Workforce Center come and speak to us. And one of the requests I made, and they gave us a brochure, and it showed 46 colleges that have nursing programs in Kansas. I think that's the number. And we asked, well, how many students in each of these 46 colleges, and how many openings are they, what's the capacity? Can they, because there's difficulty hiring teachers for these schools. And I emailed and I have asked, and they said they would give it, and they never gave us anything. And the reason it's relevant, if we're going to continue giving grants for future nurses, and yet we have 46 programs, and maybe some of them might even be 1/3 at capacity, half at capacity. I didn't know if any of you knew anything along that line to answer my questions, because they didn't answer it.
I can tell you at Fort Hays State, they have over 400 nurses in the program right now. And that's probably getting close to their max. What I've been told, I think most all the nursing programs are up. I don't have an exact number on the others. I just know that Fort Hays was 400, Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you. And I did want to just clarify, so page 10, the new number 1, you have House did not fund on Cybersecurity Center for Excellence. You corrected that to SGF, right? You were funding that? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't need to include that. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that staff, when all the dust settles, can follow up and get us the information, because I think it would be helpful to know which programs are succeeding and there are students and which ones there are not. Thank you.
Perhaps shortly, perhaps very shortly. All right, let's go to our construction one. We did not find this as attractive of an offer, unfortunately. So we would go to page 16. We would have 3 edits here. We would disagree with the 20 million for ERP modernization. The cost as clarified by the Highway Patrol plan for the dispatch center is 24 million, not 15. We would edit that by saying 24 million, and that would be all from ARPA interest, and if not available, SGF. And then the Jabara hangar, we would do a 2027 appropriation of 650,000 for the lease. And those would be the only changes to the construction items. Oh, and then also we did it here. It's here. Yeah, we have it here. Got it. Okay, thank you.
So to follow on that, the Highway Patrol is 24 million. And then are you just striking the Department Administration ERP modernization or funding that at a lower level?
We will zero it out.
Okay. And then how much for 2027 for Jabara?
650, and that'd be annual, but we're doing it in 27 since it's not going to be built in 26.
And that's highway fund?
Yes, see how it works.
Okay.
So chew on that one as well. And then the water, it's our understanding on water that we are 7 million overspent. And, okay, fair.
Yes, and actually that is true, but we have, and I was speaking with Chairman Minix, and we have some, I believe he had referenced those as T-bills that'll be due in May. That'll come back with a $12 million allocation back to the state, and 8 million of that will be going to make it whole as of July 1. So I just wanted to express that.
Fantastic. We will chew on that information and get back to you shortly. So then let's go to the unresolved items. That is one where we reprinted it. There were just too many edits to roll through there. So we agreed with your House modified on the bids at 2. We go to the MRO. We have a House modified position where we fund 10 million SGF and add language for the 1-to-1 match, language prohibiting expenditures for site prep, language for Commerce to conduct a feasibility study prior to funding the distribution. Oh, this didn't get handed out. Oh, looks like the House might not have this one. Apologies. This was reprinted, as I mentioned, so it is new. That would just add some guardrails to this particular item and make it match more in alignment with the other 2 cities that received money for their airports for these style of projects. Regulation modernization, we ended up concurring with your House position. The Build Kansas Aviation Jobs Fund, we went back to the Senate position, which is 35 million PMIB and 15 million build. We did go to cap the loans at 15 years, and we also Didn't we do one more thing to them? We did one more thing to them. We capped it. We capped the.
That was the annual, the rates.
Oh, yeah. And then we set the rates as being adjusted annually on January 1st of each year to be variable interest rates. We had a discussion with the state treasurer and talked through how he might accomplish this, and this was the solution that was agreed to. The next one is the CMHC grants. We just did a House modified at $4 million. The IDD waiver slots, looking at the amount, we moved it to 200 slots at 5.4 million SGF. And then on the next one, we did the reimbursement rates at the 4.2 million SGF, which was half at that number. The 200 slots is actually a little more than half on the other one. Did the lottery vending machine transfer at 10. We did continue the language on the employment security law. Campus Restoration Act, this would be the funds that we discussed earlier, which is 13.2 million Apex, 10 million ARPA interest for a total of 23.2. We changed the regional growth and development for the universities. There is an edit here, by the way. So it's 12 million, but we did distribute it at 3.8, or sorry, 3.4, 3.4, 4.8. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, we distributed in such a manner that Fort Hays State has a larger allocation, and we will do that quick math here in a moment.
3.8,
383846. All right, good deal. Look at that. We did not, we went with the House position on the libraries. The SGF lapse, we did a Senate modified where we went to 1.5 in 26 and 27. We included state highway fund expenditures in KDOT, and then we continued our exemptions. Yeah. Sorry, we had a slight typing error. Let's go back to, well, there's not a page number on this. Okay, well, it's what appears to be the back of the first page. So it would be the Campus Restoration Act. It's to be 13.2 million Apex and then 19.5 million ARPA interest. So it would be back to the 19.5. ARPA interest. It's 13.2 million Apex as is stated on there, and then it is 19.5 million ARPA interest. A lot of numbers were flying around while we were discussing this. So back to the SGF lapse, I believe that we were just getting done with that. So Senate modified 1.5 FY26, FY27 includes state highway fund expenditures in KDOT, but exclude, and the exclusions also include the Kansas Highway Patrol because now it's got, I don't know if that matters, but let's make sure. The return to office mandate continues the Senate ad language. The DEI elimination, we have a small modification. We're going to remove the State Finance Council transfers on that. So it will be the language maintained, but not the State Finance Council transfers from both Governor's Office and Admin. Department of Commerce, we take your House position, but we have a House modified that includes the amusement parks and the mall facility redevelopment that is in the bill. KDADS, we take the House position of deleting the language. Again, Department of Commerce, this is again Star Bond. It's in the bill. It is the vertical construction in population under 60,000 with a time limit. And then finally, another Star Bond item, as is in the bill, which includes the rural redevelopment projects in counties under population 100,000 within the Kansas City or Wichita metropolitan statistical area. Essentially what that does is it allows those adjacent counties to Sedgwick and Johnson to participate as well. And that would be our unresolved items package 6.
I've got a proviso that I'd like for you to consider offering. It's a House bill, but it come to us, and it's House Bill 2237, which it basically, let's see here, it gives the state employees a bonus flexibility. We had this in our budget last year as a proviso. And it was in 25s, and it's for the state hospitals, like Larned had used it in Osawatomie. And basically, there's no money attached to this. It's just language that says that they have the flexibility so they can use this to replace the traveling nurses. And it looks like they had 108 in July of 24 at OSH and 75 in February of 25 already. So it's saving us money, not having to pay the higher rates. So I don't know if you guys would want to, it means it's a House bill, if you wanted to offer it as a provisor, or we can, pardon me? Okay.
So, yeah, we had this bill in committee and passed it out. And then it passed the House. So we want to have this included in, this will be for just 26.
Yes.
Fiscal year 26. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Thank you. Had one more item that didn't make it into our written offer, and I'll have Senator Petty describe it, but it's an item relating to school districts and the counting of foreign exchange students.
So I'll actually pass this out to you, but what it has to do with is the fact that there are some school districts that are unclear with open enrollment whether they can count a foreign exchange student as an in-district student, even though they come and live with an in-district student. They have to, as you may know, they have to approve that arrival before the count for open enrollment. And so that's caused some school boards to be hesitant about whether they would issue those letters or not. And so that's what the proviso just says, is that foreign exchange students would be counted as in district. You don't have one open, so.
Okay, let's go through these. We might have sidebar conversations later on. So package A is done. Package B, that's done. Package C, I guess coming back to the dentistry. What's the holdout in adding this? I mean, like I said, it's probably not going to come to fruition. We'll just be spending $750,000 on a feasibility study that we're probably not going to utilize.
That's exactly why we were asking for the feasibility study, because we all assume that it's not going to go, but there's folks that believe that this would be important for Kansas to have a program for dentistry here in Kansas.
see how willing you're to stick on that position when I go through the others. In regards to the unresolved items, obviously, we're happy with bids. I believe that it, what they're doing with that. MRO is, that's better. We're okay with the MRO for the Topeka Regional Airport. Obviously, the regulation modernization, you took the House position. Again, on the Build Kansas and Aviation Jobs Fund, had a conversation with the state treasurer ourselves. He has a concern with loans that are more than 8 years. So I would say we don't cap loans at 8 years, but that would be under the parameter of the state treasurer, and he would set the loan guidelines. Any commercial loan doesn't go beyond 5 years in the banking industry. And it's a 5-year balloon loan. 15 years, I think it's way too long, and the state treasurer expressed that. The other concern I have is if we're going to use PMIB, why don't we just use PMIB for the entire 50 million instead of breaking it up? I've expressed concern about the use of the Build Kansas program because we're not having the transfer in 26. We are going to have and leverage that money over 2 years. And if we're using PMIB anyways, just do it for the total $50 million and not break it up. So that would be our offer back. CMHC grants. But I mean, I have received the information from others that saying that they can make the 4 million work. So I would, we'll go ahead and accept that. As far as your slots are less than ours that we offered last because we offered 250. So we're okay with that. Also, you took our reduction in regards to the reimbursement rates. Lottery vending machine, we had the 10 million, so we're good with that. Employment security law, I've been having the vice chair for that. The Campus Restoration Act, I'm skipping that right now. Regional growth and development. I think we're okay with the 12 million and the disbursement. You took the House position there. And you're not having the 1.5 carryover into, you are in 26 and 27. The only concern that we have, or that I have, I mean, I don't know if the other members on the conference committee do, but I do have on, and I've had many conversations with those with, not with the Board of Regents, but with the universities on how that would impact them. I do realize that if we don't include them, then it's not going to be as much of a cost savings, but it could have direct implication to the universities. In regards to the return to office mandate, we do have language that I'm going to have the vice chair share. I believe we had addressed the DEI elimination. The House model with the KVD star bonds, I think we're fine with the addition of the mall facility. And then the House, that was our position in regards to KDADs. That's another star bond provision. Are you okay with the vertical? Huh? We'll just discuss that. And then, can you elaborate again on the Department of Commerce for a rural redevelopment project?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, so because the catchment area of a metropolitan statistical area actually kind of bleeds over into counties that are, that have a rural designation of under 100,000, you get places like Leavenworth or Butler County that are barred from being eligible under the rural redevelopment projects. So we are adding them back in, but requiring the capital investment of at least $3 million.
Okay. So, you have a question? Let's go back to this Campus Restoration Act. We have money that's being utilized, and what is the, you have 19 million coming from ARPA interest. We have a balance of 35. Remind me again where the other, or is that just staying in the ARPA interest account and is going to be transferred on May 1st? Is that the plan? Since we accepted the language?
Yes, whatever the date was for the transfer. And, you know, the universities, after we passed that bill last year, this is all match money for the universities. And they've all went out and raised their match to do these deferred maintenance projects at each one of the universities. So we're just trying to, at least the first year here, take care of our commitment from last year. They've already went out and worked hard to get their matches. They have their matches. You know, and I don't have to call people up and say, hey, Troy, by the way, that match you sent us, we're not going to be able to use it. So that's the thought.
Well, I understand that, and one of our offers in previous rounds was to fund the bill. And that would have taken care of it.
That's exactly right. And we weren't ready to accept it at that time. And I even mentioned to you when we were walking out that, you know, don't give up on that. We want it, but we were trying to get some other things done ahead of that. So that's all I can say on that, but we wanted it all along.
Could you give us 5 minutes? All right, sorry about that, sorry. It took us a little bit longer than 5 minutes. All right, so we're having a discussion in regards to the ARPA interest and also star bonds, and so we'll try to just iron this all out. And also the deferred maintenance on the campuses. The one thing that I would say we don't particularly like in the offer that was made in this is none of the items that the House has ever offered is being paid by the ARPA interest or by other means, so we tried to come to a compromise. Earlier, when we had a discussion, it was told to us that the dispatch center in Salina was 15 million, and now all of a sudden it's 9 million more at 24. So that's being paid from ARPA interest, where we had it in the House position. We're willing to go to 18 on the ARPA interest for a dispatch center. 18 million for the ERP modernization with the Department Administration. And then if we turn to, I believe it's in the unresolved items, it's kind of making it, actually you're getting a little bit more than the other two items. So it'd be $20 million whole total in the Campus Restoration Act. So using 13.2 million from the Apex dollars and 6.8 million as SGF for the Campus Restoration Act. If you take that, we'll give you your feasibility study. But we'd also want to have, as you wanted the KHP included in the statewide adjustments, we'd like to have universities, because I think it's kind of pointless to give them, some of the universities, a regional stabilization or a pay increase that is was already agreed upon, and then we're going to have them turn around and cut faculty. So I think it's a little disingenuous. So those are the offers I think we had outstanding. I think we're okay with the 2027 Jabara, that item. And then Vice Chair Williams has, I believe, 2 offers. Vice Chair.
Okay, for the star bond items, we will accept these items with the caveat of these changes. Revisers, you'll have to take some notes on that. We're going to separate this out a little bit. The authorizing the KDFA to issue star bonds is not for any one entity. That's across the board. So that would be a permanent change for any star bond. Second item, so I mean, it's not just for amusement parks and mall facilities. Yeah, all star bars, right. For mall facility, it would have a requirement for the larger metropolitan areas, like the original bill, 50 million of investment, 50 million retail sales. For the mall portion, even though this is proviso language and it would last till 2026, I believe, we would like anything related to a mall to be finalized by 12/31/2025. And the requirements for all of these 2 categories, like the original bill that we worked on, they must be tourism, and then in order to show tourism, we will include the commerce guidelines, which require for the larger metropolitans to have 20% out-of-state visitors, 30% 100 miles or more. For those areas that are not the metropolitan, which would be the medium and rural, they have to have 20% 100 miles or more. Those are our requirements for accepting that. And I do have one more item. On the unemployment insurance, I would just say this is an 11th hour Hail Mary pass on something we just completed 1 year ago. It's quite disappointing, quite unwise. We're talking about one employer that's going to impact 68,000 other Kansas employers that are doing the right thing. We're talking about sub-pay plans that we're now going to incorporate for a year in our unemployment after it had been worked on and rejected by 2 different committees. They rejected it. So it's seriously disappointing that we are bringing this here now for one employer. Why? Why are we doing this? Were there fraudulent payments made to these individuals? They shouldn't have been receiving any money. This is not for long-term employment. When you are being laid off, this is for short-term. So I object to this wholeheartedly. I think it's very wrong, and I do appreciate that we'll open it up next year, but it is a mistake, and we've opened it up, and it does not do justice to our individual business owners that are doing their job, and it will cost us money. It will cost them money, not SGF, but the trust fund. So unfortunately, you win.
Thank you. So mall facility, you'd mentioned the larger ones, 50 million, 50 million. Did you have the same, did you have a, we took it from the bill, so are you agreeing to the rest of the bill language? Like that's, I think that was all in there, right? So do you still have the rural or smaller community ones and all that?
So if you took it from the committee revisions or the amended committee bill from the House, I would say yes. Because we made some changes.
I think we're agreeing to the proviso that was brought forward. I mean, really, the only thing was the star bonds language that the vice chair had mentioned. Her protest on the unemployment, but she said you won, so. Then our kind of equal package deal in regards to the ERP, the dispatch, and the, what was the name of it? Campus Restoration Act. And the only other thing that you'd have to discuss, obviously, you offered the Jabara. We accepted that, so that doesn't need to be offered. Just modifying the PMIB to 50 million. Just be done with that and not do build. And then add the universities in the 1.5. That's, I think, it.
Okay, quick restatement of the Kansas Campus Restoration Act where you're getting those funds and the amounts. Can you do that one more time real quick? Oh, yeah.
To make it all equal with the ERP and then also with the dispatch, because those are both are 18 million from ARPA interest. And then it'd be the 13.2 million from the Apex Fund and 6.8 million SGF, making that a total of $20 million. And we accepted the feasibility study too.
Are you accepting our MRO items too? Or the?
Yeah, we accepted.
the 35 and the 15. Oh, yeah, we're not accepting that.
I don't understand why.
So he got 15 million. He said 30?
Give us 5 minutes.
No.
She is.
Barbara's in the back.
Okay, we're going to start. Thank you for your offer. It's another good offer. And we've got options here to just finish this thing off. So I'm going to let Senator Clays tell you what we're going to do.
All right, let's go to, it might be best to just work off package 6 right now, and we can resolve the items in that first. We're agreeing to your, if you go to the second page at the bottom, this would be other statewide adjustments. SGF lapse, the 1.5, will accept your offer to add KHP in the universities and to, oh, I'm sorry, I did and you counter, yeah. Universities to that as an exception, but then also including KDOT in the 1.5. We agreed to your House language on the return to office on the next page. And then at the bottom, didn't you have a House language? Or did we add language? Did you not offer it? Oh, okay. Well, then we're at the Senate language. Oh, then it's our language. Okay, fair enough.
No, it is our language.
All right, we'll send it over. All right, let's go to the bottom of that page, Department of Commerce. The star bond items that you propose, clarifying those. So we're accepting the 3 items, and then we're accepting your clarifications and guidelines that you had noted. If we go back to the front page, this is where things might jump around a little bit, but let's talk about a few outstanding items. First, the water plan fund items. You had mentioned using 7 million of the 12 million for funding that overage, and so we will, with acceptance of this, we will accept the entirety of your water plan fund offer. We would also take the rest of the 12 million, so 5 million, and we are going to apply that along with $12 million to the Campus Restoration Act for a total of 17 million. So this would be 2.5 less than the previous number. We would then on the, and we would have proviso language with that as well on the Campus Restoration Act. That has, yeah, it's the same that you have. We would then take 10 million SGF instead of build money on the MRO Aviation Jobs Fund. We would lower its total amount to 40 million. 30 million would be PMIB, 10 million would be SGF. We would move to the construction item and put the KHP dispatch to 24. We would continue our position on not funding the ERP. And that would conclude those items. I believe we would then on the, let's see, we did that. I read. And then, of course, we would accept your position on the School of Dentistry feasibility study on that item. So that should be our. Yeah. $11 billion budget. Yep, that's where we're at. Yeah. And I think, oh, that's the language that you have. So, yeah. Well, we have it here. Everyone had it on digital devices. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so going back to the campus restoration, that is the 5 million from the 12, the 6.8 SGF, making that 11.8, and then adding that to the 13.2 Apex. Where's the other money coming from? No, that's 5 million.
So we were going to 12 on that originally, and we're adding an additional 5 to it to get it to 25 point, that would be 20, where did we go to? Yeah, we went 12 SGF. So it's about 25, yeah. I think we got it to about 25, right?
13.2, 6.8, and 5.
6.8, 5.
And 13.2.
So there is additional SGF, so it is, we're hitting 17 instead of 19.5. So we're 2.5 off of the original 32.7? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 32.47 is where you.
So yeah, we're coming 2.5 off that. We just found a way to add another 5 with that money.
So right now you're around 30.
Because at one point he was at 32.7. So there'll be 30 now.
So just to give you, I don't know if you want to hear the of it, but just to give you an idea of where we're at, we're about 200 million below 2025. And 2025 is what, 15 over the previous 2025?
Yes, of the Senate.
So, yeah, on the Senate side, yeah, a little different than the House, but yeah, we're roughly 15 higher than where we left last session on 2025, and then we're 200 below that for 2026.
All right. I don't really particularly, I mean, I'd like to use less SGF than we could. So, correct me if I'm wrong, you have 24 million towards the dispatch center for highway patrol. And is that it for the ARPA interest? Is it all utilized? All right. Do you want to talk about the remote language, and then I will, I'm still free.
Sure, I think you said you read the language and you're good with the language for remote? Oh. Do we have that language? Well, I thought you already had, thought you guys had already read it. Okay. I'm not sure where that language is. You guys have it? Okay, I can share this with you. So basically, our substitute language for your language, rather than require them to go back to work, we're going to first assess where everybody is, what they're doing, and we're asking for a report concerning the total number of employees of such agency that are working remotely from home at, for each department. Then we can take a look at that and make adjustments. So it's a reporting.
Maybe.
Don't necessarily call that fair.
Can we get those totals? Can we get the totals for the ARPA, EDIF, and Apex? And where they are? Okay.
Dues. Since we're waiting for some numbers, I do have a question, and I'm not sure if this is for this side of the table or that side, but on the community colleges, could someone expand on how the transfer hold works concerning exceeding 6 months?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So July 1st, there would be an appropriation of those funds, correct? And the Board of Regents, before expending those funds, will certify that each of those community colleges seeking those funds has spent down their operational reserves to no more than 6 months of their operational expenses. Once that occurs, the funds will be released.
So that means that after July 1st, whatever month they verified that they've have 6 months or less, then the funds are released.
Correct, and the Board of Regents would have the discretion to determine that those operational funds are at 6 months.
Thank you.
So theoretically, you could encumber those funds. Let's say you've got August hearings, budget hearings, and you're above the threshold, and you could say, you know what? I want to lower taxes for my community, and I'm going to take $5 million and lower taxes, and you could do that and replenish your funds with those scholarship funds, correct? Well, I mean, it wouldn't be for the same purpose, but you would qualify for the success grants.
Yeah, thank you. So the Board of Regents would be given the authority to determine whether or not someone's acting in good faith through that process of determining where their operational funds are being used. So it's possible to do something like that, but I would imagine that the Board of Regents wouldn't be looking favorably upon people who game the system.
But on a positive note, if they encumber them to reduce taxes, that'd be great.
Yeah, Dylan.
Mr. Chairman, so where we have you currently is about $30 million in ARPA interest being expended. The Apex numbers, those are spent. So that was the amount that was the savings.
35.
So it was 35 is probably a safe number, so that, you could argue there's $5 million still remaining there or so. Based upon our very quick math, as we're doing the debate. And there is also about 2.8 million of EDIF in the balance is where we're currently at.
What was it?
2.8.
All right, I'm going to come back to this Campus Restoration Act. You have 13.2 million from Apex, 5 million from water, and you're wanting approximately 11.8 SGF. How about you do the 5 million with the ARPA interest and 6.8 million SGF? But, no, there's a but. I'm trying to find something that I can leverage here, and it's not equal to an additional 11 or almost $18 million. That's for damn sure. Going back to the package B, we had a position in regards to quality places for $670,000 in our initial. I'd like to have that restored. And to go to build up Kansas to 2.6 million.
Take it as EDIF, yeah.
EDIF, yes. That's why I wanted to know what the balance was of EDIF before I made that offer.
What was the first item that you?
Yeah.
Back in.
He's got a
Yeah, just real quick.
comment.
We could do this.
What was that?
With only a $7 million transfer from the reservoir funds over to the state water plant fund, that will still leave you with our current projections at about a $900,000 deficit in the state water plant fund. So I just wanted
We'll
to.
just take it from, yeah,
We could increase the EDIF transfer.
That's
yeah.
fine. Just tell us to do it.
yeah, that's fine.
Is everybody in agreement?
Yeah.
Could you just repeat that again?
There's a $900,000 deficit, so we're increasing the transfer from EDIF to cover the water deficit.
I think I think we have a deal made here.
The only thing that I would need to clarify is that there's any technical changes. I think we customarily do this every year, just allow staff to make those technical changes when drafting the bill. Is there any, going back to staff, is there any unresolved items that we do not have? No, no, we accepted it. Yeah, we accepted that, yeah.
We talked about the flexibility for the regions. You had language, I think, too, or JR does.
That's the Campus Restoration Act language?
Oh, we want to make that.
Right.
With flexibility of the regions.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
The only other thing I needed to clarify was in regards to the water. So I believe I need to clarify on that, where it can move around from account to account within an agency, but also interagency that is pertaining to water itself. So that only subject is water. Interagency, yes.
Yes, and we agreed to that. I think, you think we got everything covered? Okay, and we got a deal.